What's up and happy Sunday. We are going to be finishing our Voron 0.2 kit from Fysetc. On our last stream, we were able to actually power this thing on and getting it running. The problem is things got a little bit sketchy. Okay, so I needed to do something about the main board, and it's currently held in place from shorting by this piece of packaging foam. So, off camera, I went ahead and printed some parts for it right here on the Bamboo P1P. And the top layer doesn't look great. I printed them in ASA. It's not exactly ideal, but this should work for what we need to accomplish today. In preparation for today's stream, I did work on trying to get some music pumping. So let me know if that's loud enough or too loud. Like this top layer is pretty rough. Like it's pretty hit. But functional parts don't always have to be pretty parts. Okay. They just have to be functional. And that's all we're shooting for. Calyx, you ask, why Bang Enter is not working? That's a great question. It's because for some reason the chatbot is not here. And also there is not currently a working giveaway. But I did work on getting a bunch of stream commands set up. So I have figured out how some of that works. I'm hoping that as we continue to do more streams, I'm able to get more and more of that working. It was a work in progress, okay? But I do have a bunch of custom commands all set up, so that's something that's going to come with some time. I'm going to get these parts cleaned up so that way we can get them installed in here and not have to worry about... We don't have to worry about accidentally shorting out our main board when we plug it back into power. I wish I had my deburring tool handy. That would make this much easier and much safer. But the good old trusty pocket knife will do the trick. Let's see, is the music playing? Let's see here. I figured out how to make music work today. So we have that at least. We will have that going for us. Let's see. Bumped up the temperature. I bumped up the volume on the music, so let's see if we can get that. See if we can get that working. Oh, that is ugly. Oh, these are some gnarly parts. It got really cold out here while this was running. I might redo these once the V0 is fully operational and the enclosure is on it. Which is what we are doing today, is we're going to have this thing fully enclosed. Alright, I'm going to spin this around to my side. So let's see here. this needs. So I'm going to have to unplug some of our plugs here. Just get things kind of out of the way. And unplug our X and Y motors, or I'm sorry, our AB motors, and our umbilical cable. Oh goodness, that is in there. Ooh. Let's see if moving the mic makes that static sound a little bit less terrible. I'm sorry about that. I'm actually listening to the audio for this, and I think the shirt and this mic are not getting along. That is in there, man. Can I get it out of this one? Holy cow, man. That is a robust plug. Like, does that even fit right? Oh, it does, but I don't know that that's where that's going to end up going. Okay. Alright, so these standoffs were in fact not the strategy. Because what would happen, I fear, is if we have these standoffs on here, we would end up pushing our board too far away from the backer with these mounts. These two the same? No, one is slightly shorter than the other. Interesting. So these parts I downloaded directly from the Fysetc GitHub. I'm not 100% sure if they're supposed to be the spacers for this or not. But like, they kind of fit. I might have just put this panel in upside down. That could be the whole problem here, actually. Okay, we don't need that foam anymore. Get some stuff out of the way. So, that might actually be the whole problem, now that I'm looking at things, is this panel might be upside down. So let's go ahead and pop these standoffs out of here. So I might not have even had to actually print those mounts. Fysetc might have not included them on purpose. So we're going to pull that out. Alright, so it's gonna be way up there. So these are kind of easy to align because I can pull this panel back out, align the nut, and then reinsert the panel to kind of spot check for fitment. Let's see here. Oh. Give you a tippy tappy into place. Let's see. Yeah, that's good enough. Well, now I'm curious to see if this will actually mount up with these standoffs, if that's why they included these. Because these are different than the standoffs used for the tool head. So I'm thinking there's a possibility. I still think that these are valuable for some reason. Maybe resource sorting, I'm not 100% sure. Nick, we're not able to bang enter for anything because for some reason stream elements is not joining. I'm not sure what was going on with that. But I put a lot of time into working on stream elements stuff before starting streaming today. Hey, it worked. Hey. Oh, that's sweet. You're the first one. Aha! What? Neat. Oh, that is exciting. So I spent a long time working on those stream elements commands. Nick, can you try to type in bang X? Well, Nate Williams, you should be able to hit bang enter in chat and see what happens. Let me see if that's reporting on my side. It might be a little bit delayed. Custom. Oh. I did not save a bunch of the custom commands that I set up earlier. Okay, it might help if I don't have 85 instances of a bunch of the same stuff open. Let me see here. Okay, so bang enter is working. None of my other commands that I set up saved. Okay, that's still progress. Let's see here. That's pretty cool. Bang, bang. Okay, let me try to reload stream elements here. Perks of a live show, y'all. What's up, Calyx? Stephen Poole, how's it going, man? Oh, you guys have definitely distracted me from what's going on over here. Being said though, now I'm slightly confused. How do I? Oh. Oh. Okay. So not only so these standoffs are the secret. Yeah. But I have this panel upside down. Well, not upside down. I just have it installed backwards. Okay. So the standoffs are the secret. We have discovered that the standoffs are the secret, which is awesome because Calyx, you're trying to help, or Calyx, Nick, you're trying to help Calyx and Builders Mark with that. And I don't appreciate it because this is gonna be done today, 100%. Okay, so you can see that the spacing on this hole sits below this one, okay? Well, I have these awesome little brass standoffs. So I had it in the wrong configuration. I went through this whole thing where I was downloading files for mounts and all of that, which I in turn did not need. So, yeah. Also, I didn't realize that cameraman Beau was going to be sponsoring a trip to the moon, or a trip to the moon. I wasn't going to make any promises like that. But I'm pretty impressed that apparently he's got it in good enough with Elon to offer you guys a trip to the moon, because I wasn't aware that the channel had this kind of revenue. Kalex, send me the picture now, so that way we don't forget about it. I'm so glad that I did not have to make my own wiring harnesses for this. Also, where is the music? Where's my snare? Are you guys hearing music at all? I'm gonna try to bump up the music volume a little bit, just to see if I can get it to work. Let's see what happens here. Well, while I wait for that auditory feedback, I'm gonna see if my main board fits now. Also, the connector for the umbilical, yeah, that just lives there now, because I could not get it out of the main board. Sweet, it fits. Oh yeah, that is nice. Let's go ahead and get this secure. Man, if I had used just a little bit of critical thinking the other day, just think, this segment of the build would have already been done. Oh yeah, we are not gonna short our printer out now, y'all. Is 3 screws enough? I think that my motherboard and my computer is only held in with like 6 out of 9 screws. Check that out. Sweet! There's 5. It's good enough for government work. All right. We'll get this plugged back in. Hello? Haha, I tried to plug it into the stepper spot. Or the end stop. Guys, when I flip this up right now, our board's not gonna fall out. Return that to where it came from. Boom, check that out. I can shake it all around. You guys have music? Is it loud enough to hear? Do you want the music volume a little bit louder? That means I don't need these anymore. This is still gonna be a necessity. Where's this supposed to fit? How's this supposed to go in here? Let's see. Holy smokes, is that a snug connection? Boom. Probably should have installed that before the main board. All right, we're going to try a little bit of real-time STL editing. I just want to see if this will actually fit there at all. So we're going to clip out this connector and try to slide it over the connector on the main board. So cut that free. I'm not 100% how that's supposed to affix, but that does appear to fit there. It's supposed to go like this. Is this directional? Oh man, I had to put the ugly side up for that to work technically. Okay. Not a necessity, but it is a part of later. Does it bother anybody how I just casually throw stuff? You should have seen how I was manhandling this printer when we first unboxed it. Words are hard. I should have bumped the music just a little touch more because I can faintly hear it. How's everybody doing? Are we having a good Sunday? Okay, so that's as good as it's gonna be. I'm gonna go ahead and turn on the heat set press because I have a feeling that we're gonna need that in a second. Guys, it is time to start working on installing panels now that I have alleviated the fire hazard. The fire hazard portion of the build is gone. Let's see. I also need to turn off continuity cam on my phone because my phone is getting hot and dying. Let's see what Kayla sent me. That looks like a fun time, dude. Okay, so what's next? See here, get the manual pulled back up. Also, see if this works now. Okay. So we got that one going. That's a positive start. All right. Y'all, it is time to start working on skirts and panels. So, this needs flip right on. And I need to find all the panels, all the skirt pieces. I'm just gonna dump all those out on the table. Seems fine. So this should fit like this. Nifty. Okay. I see what's happening here. Oh, that's a good friction fit too. So we're gonna need 4 of these nuts. 4 nuts are going to go in here. This zip tie cutoff is actually like a perfect tool for this. See these. What's cool about the skirts is the skirts hide our build crimes. Don't they, Nick? So since we're going to be finishing the V0 this evening, what do you guys want to do Tuesday night? Alright, I need to find my M3x6s. Okay, I might have to find the actual Allen key for this job. Did you guys hang out if we did a stream while I clean the shed? Because this is getting out of hand. Probably because I'm just cavalierly throwing everything all over the place. The entire duration of this build. There's the Allen key that we needed. Hiding on the floor. You know, I might have also just been making that more difficult than I needed to, because I just noticed that these are like partially cut out. So I'm kind of wondering if I can just pop some screws through and just like hang these, essentially. Oh. That's the right idea. Oh yeah. That's way easier than trying to line these screw holes up. These skirt pieces are slotted, so the screws, you start by pre-inserting the screws and then you can just push over them, which is way easier. I feel like I should be keeping all these little bags. Like, these would be good for something in the future because we've got a lot of them. We're gonna start doing some cleanup a little bit as we go here. There we go. All of our empty bags that we've acquired are in that bag. You can never have too many of those little bags floating around. They're super useful for all sorts of stuff. Like organizing printer build screws in. Okay. There we go. Oh, sweet. Okay, so then these holes in the bottom, we can run our Allen key through. Calyx, buddy, I'm trying with the commands. I'm trying with the commands, man. I spent a long time working on it today. Okay, so that skirt is secure. And then our other side here, our other skirt should go right here. Oh. I'm sorry, you can't gamble. Not old enough to gamble anyway. Oh, duh. That makes more sense. I thought I did better at following the instructions than that. So who all is actually here? How many people do we have hanging out in chat? If you're like actually here and can hear the sound of my voice, say something. Say hi in chat. I want to know who's hanging out. You guys hear my voice just try to crack? It's pretty bad. Tell Shannon I said hi. So, Nick, I woke up and was still like not even close to hungry after dinner yesterday, man. Like, we had so much good food. All right, left and right skirts are on. We're gonna jump around to the back side here now. All you've eaten today is a single hot dog. Well, so Beau sent the leftover brisket home with me, and I was like, okay, cool. Well, I'm gonna be helpful, and we will just have this for Sunday family dinner. Lo and behold, I forgot that my grandma was cooking chili on the fire. So she and I had a piece of, like, we each had a slice of that brisket for lunch. And I almost did not have it inside myself to eat a bowl of chili. But she cooked it over the fire. So I couldn't resist. We did have the rest of that cake for dessert though. And I'm feeling it. I should have taken some of Beau's peppermint Tums Home as a party favor. Between the chili and the cake. I'm feeling like I'm in a Zyrtec, or is it Zyrtec? Is that the antacid? I feel like I'm in a Zyrtec commercial. Alright, let's see, what do I have by way of printed parts here? Alright, so now these red Voron logos, which is just the accent color, are gonna pop into these skirts. So now we have the accent color in these pieces of skirting. And we are going to be doing the front. These are going to be M3x6s as well. So for these, we're just going to go into our two outermost ones. This is also where our screen is going to go. I have to say yet again, I am super happy that Fysetc included the version of their kit that included the printed parts, because that has made this come together so much faster than me trying to source or print the parts on my own. And the temperature is dropping, so trying to print ASA on an open air machine out here in the shed would not go well. It would not. Okay, so now we're going to install our screen, and I'm going to use the MMU screen that I printed. And that's going to be these two little like hook-shaped prints. And then the little like L shape is going to go inward. So basically we want the screen to sit like this, so that way it juts out of the printer at a slight angle. Let's see what size screws they want us to use. M2x10 self tappers. Little self tapperoos. We're gonna need 4 of those bad dogs. I've said it once before, I've said it several times before, and I'm gonna say it one more time again. I can't stand these self-tapping screws. They're so little. Like, what really annoys me about the build calling for these is the entire rest of the build has used Allen key hex screws, but these are Phillips. Like, I understand using different size hex keys, but why are there, I just don't get it. I guess it's probably a size thing, but daggone. I can't stand. I've gotten to a point where I just straight up have like no patience for anything that's not Torx or hex. All right. So there is what our screen's gonna look like. And it is going to slot in the front in between the two skirt pieces. So these are Allen key, or these are hex nuts that I have to try to line up. And yeah, we'll have to put a knob on here in a minute, but for the moment, not really necessary. We'll get there. Perfect. Maybe. Hello. So you guys like having the music? Like, do you feel like the music is adding to the show? Alright, we'll get those snuggered up. Snug as a bug in a rug. And then if we weren't going to use the front screen, we do also have this spare piece of skirting, I do believe is what this would be for. It would just slot in right there instead. Also got you think the music's a touch loud? Okay. I'm having a hard time telling. We'll bump it down. I took it down just a touch. All right, let's go ahead and get a knob on here. Boom. Knobs on there. And then I'm actually going to take this opportunity to do a little bit of cable managing. So I'm going to run a zip tie through one of the mounting holes in the bottom of the power supply to tether the wires running into the power supply, because I don't want them just dragging around on the underside of the printer. Oh yeah. Cables managed. Skirts are on all 4 ways. Is the music volume better? I need to plug the screen back in too. I'm gonna run that down the back. To the front. Actually, we're gonna do one better. We're gonna go underneath of another wire so it's not just free falling. Okay, we do not need to worry about USB to Raspberry Pi. Okay, so now, according to the instructions, we have to remove our rubber feet from the bottom to install the bottom panel, which I guess is going to eliminate the need or the cables free floating around. And I want to use my screwdriver for this. By use, I mean drop and send through the table. The rubber feet are going to hold our bottom panel on, it looks like. Also, I thoroughly appreciate the fact that in the instruction manual for this step, they included a Forrest Gump reference. Lieutenant Dan, you ain't got no legs. Forrest Gump is a highly underrated movie, I think. It's a true classic. It's one of my favorites. Alright, rubber feet removed. Grab the side panel, or grab the bottom panel for this, which is going to be rounded and have 4 holes in it. And then we gotta get this peeled. Sometimes peeling the paper backers off of acrylic is a freaking nightmare. These have been not too bad, actually. I don't think these have been too bad at all. Oof, I got a little overzealous on that one. That's the problem, is you can't get ahead of yourself. Really, the secret to good peels on these is steady, constant pressure. And don't make any sudden moves or else you tear it like that. But then, by the time you're at the point where you've already torn it like that, you're frustrated, so you're not slowing down. Much like the rest of this printer build, the theme of this is don't rush. Rushing causes mistakes to happen. Mistakes cause frustration, and frustration causes more mistakes. Right. So, this should pop in the hole. And we can put our little footsies back on. And another benefit of that is it's also going to help to hold our skirts from bottoming out. Shouldn't have tightened this one down so much. Should have left it a little bit looser so there was some play. So it says if it doesn't align perfectly, to rotate 90 degrees and try again, because this does not make a perfect square. And boy howdy did it not align perfectly. I wouldn't call that perfect either by any stretch of the imagination, but I would call it better. Got it. Nick says to remember to over-tighten my clear panels. Just kidding. You don't want to over-tighten them. Yes. So acrylic, I'm actually going to go ahead and rotate the whole printer 90 degrees instead of trying to do some weird stuff. So acrylic is a really hard but brittle type material, so yes. When we get to actually installing our clear panels here soon, we do not want to really crank any of that down. Also, Nick, can you ask Shannon if the volume is better in her opinion? I'm having a hard time judging between the audio delay and the sound of my own voice. All right, so bottom panel is on. Okay, so let's see. It's talking about strain relief, which they hot glue these connectors. Strain relief is the part that I threw earlier, that lime green part that I printed myself. And that's one of those things that we're going to adjust later because we don't really have a wire bundle. So, next thing that we're going to be installing is our spool holder. And I'm actually really excited about this spool holder because it actually calls for using PTFE tube in it. So they use PTFE tube in these spool holders as an anti-friction situation. Only the top side requires PTFE. So we're going to run this PTFE tube through. And then we're going to cut it flush. Now my question is, what am I cutting it flush to? Sit flush with the surface of the part. Okay, so it's going to get cut so it sits flush right here. So I marked it, then I'm going to use the top side as a guide, push the Voron tube back in, and then use something slightly larger than it to push it in. And now it is beautiful. And then it needs mounted, but the instructions aren't exactly telling me where it's mounting. But I think it's going to go on this side. And also, just because we're back here already, this piece of Voron tube goes into our extruder. Alright, M3x12s now are going to hold our Voron tube. Or, I'm sorry, our spool holder, so I don't have to manually feed it. So I'm going to put the top screw in, start it slightly, and then watch and be amazed as my hands continue to let me down. Okay, so that's gonna have to go pretty high up here because this printer is small and a spool of filament is not. Okay. And then our PTFE is going to route up, over, and through the back. And then that is going to come down here through the foot. But here's the thing about that. Like, how much? Then I'm actually going to I kind of wish that running the PTFE tube came earlier in the build process, because it's a pretty tight fit down there. And I don't have huge hands. They're also not small either. Yeah, no, like seriously, how in the heck? I'm gonna make this easy for myself, and I'm gonna remove this piece of skirt back here, because I cannot fathom another way to do that. Like, you have to be able to get your hands in there. And that is so this stock filament path, I don't super love this. And I have a feeling this is going to be one of those things that gets replaced pretty quickly with the Irby from Maple Leaf Makers. Okay, that's much better. Way better. Now, is there room here for bone tube? That's pretty tight. So we can pop this skirt back in. So that's a suggestion I have for you. Is when you're routing your Bowden path through the back of the machine, would advise that you just pop the back piece of skirt off. It made it much easier to get my hand in there. Like, I don't have huge hands. They're not tiny, but I don't have huge hands. And then I'm going to throw a zip tie, for the time being, around the Bowden tube and the umbilical here. because I really don't want that piece of PTFE zipping around and finding its way to the motor path. And then you know what? We have a hole back here that I'm going to go ahead and route that. I'm going to go ahead and zip tie it back here too. Like, I'm not trying to over constrain my Bowden tube, but at the same time, I really don't want this knocking around, causing chaos back here, right? And then, let's just see here. See, look how much nicer that is when that just can't go wherever it wants. Just for good measure, I'm going to go ahead and throw a couple zip ties around our screen wire as well. Yeah, actually, I'm good with one there. I'm good with one on that. So, let's do a quick sanity check. And we're going to attempt to feed some filament into the printer. Now, I will say that it's pretty easy to load there. And I can see it has made it to the tool head. And I can push it into the extruder and it's not going anywhere. There's somewhere along the path here. It is pretty snug. Fysetc included 2mm ID Bowden tubing for this. I would have preferred it if they would have included at least 3mm ID. Because that is a pretty snug filament path, and I don't have any other PTFE tube on hand at the moment. I don't have anything bigger. All right, so we are about to move into actually getting panels installed. And our filament path is actually going to cause us a problem. Oh, wait a minute. Yep, nope. It's gotta go. So it looks like we need to actually have one nut. I'm gonna rotate this onto its side again for this step. So according to the instructions, it looks like we're actually going to have one nut above our spool holder. Okay, let's go ahead and pick up our other nut. Okay, and then we are going to position that momentarily. Okay, I'm guessing that this is going to be some of our last couple pieces of dark. Also, here is they laser cut a piece for us to put our tool head stuff through. Oops. We're gonna go around this way. Nah. I said to be careful because of the screen. Slowly get that peel going on. Work this other edge. Slowly peel, slow. Around the corner. Then we can handle this whole thing at once. Mark, it has printed. It's just not right now. Also, Mark, we have chat commands now. The only two that are gonna do anything are bang enter and bang X. Because apparently Stream Elements deleted all of the commands that I set up earlier. But stuff does stuff. Boom. Bang enter doesn't, I don't think it's going to anywhere. Like, I had a dummy giveaway running earlier while I was testing. But yeah. I like when stuff does stuff. I didn't realize my knife was hanging from my mic. That's actually handy. It's a surprise tool we can use later. I like when stuff does stuff, makes stuff cool. We also have music now. Finally figured out how to get that working. Like, I spent most of my afternoon trying to figure out stream stuff. Boom. So that's gonna go up here. Okay, so I have... Now we have to venture into our little parts bin. So we're gonna need this guy right here, and its mirrored twin. Those are going to hold... Those are going to hold the top hat hinge. And then there's 2 pieces in here that are designed for only 1 fastener. 2 of these corners. So I've got 1 here. Is there only 1 of these in here? I might not even have the right one in my hand. Boy, it sure looks right though. Okay, let's start with these ones. These are going to be M3 by 10s. Okay, so we're going to move this out of the way for a brief moment while I try to find the screws. 12s. Okay, 4 of these are going to be M3 by 10s. Okay, so it's going to hold down like that, and then the hinge is going to go to the inside. So I'm going to do the bottom screw first, because the bottom screw is going to hook into the nut in the extrusion already. And then, what's cool there is I'll be able to keep that captive and slide it around to get it up to the insert at the top of the printer. One of those heated inserts that we put into the machine last week, 2 weeks ago, whenever we did that. And then a suggestion that my friend Nick had while we were talking the other day was not fully tightening these yet until which point we are fully ready to secure them down. Which I thought was super smart. Also, Mark, I can happily report to you, sir, no blue smoke. Although, things did go a little sideways when I plugged it in, because part of the initial boot up, I knocked everything offline. So I have spare end stops around my house. I have a printer that has not been used in many moons. What the heck? Is that all the higher that's supposed to go? Does that fit? Is that right? No, that's gotta go up there higher somehow. But I'm also going to, I'm gonna use that piece that Maple Leaf Makers designed. So that way I can use one of my smart runout sensors that I have. I bought 2 of them. Okay, this is all well and good until it gets to this screw higher up. But it's not high enough. Is there another, do I have another shorter black piece still? Those are all the same size. Dude, those frogs that you made were awesome. Where was it that I saw those? Over on X? On Twitter? I thought they were super cool. I did something really similar last year. Uncle Jesse designed a really cool skull planter, okay? And it was something that I knew would be right up my mom's alley. So what I did was I printed the part as he designed it. So I printed the part as he designed it, and then I used, what the heck? Something feels wrong here. Make sure that the hinge pieces are screwed into the heat sets, not 2 nuts in the channels. No, Nick, I'm trying to get, it's 1 heat set and 1 nut in the channel. But I'm having the, like, this is super weird. Like, that is not a great fit. Like, this piece of acrylic is slightly longer. Was I just doing that wrong? So, Mark, I took Uncle Jesse's design and I actually heated up the eye sockets on the one that I printed and put some cool, like, diamond tessellated glass bead things that I had. So, Nick, this fits until which point the second screw comes into play, and the screw in the heat set comes into play. If I'm being honest, I'm not super loving that. Okay, you get out of here. I don't know what exactly I just did differently, but I think it works, question mark. Oh. I don't have sandpaper here. Or else I would love to sand it down. No. The heck? You know, I have no idea what this material is, but I think that I somehow managed to just get it. And if I'm being completely honest with you, I think that this somehow is, I'm pretty sure that the screws you know, I don't know. This is ever so slightly off, and I could see that it was going to make this panel bow. That's kind of chippy. That might be polycarb. Correct, sir. If I break it, I will laser a new one. It's the perks of having 2 laser engravers. You know what we're gonna do? A file. Do I have a file? To do some thinking about that, Mark. I don't think I do, actually. I used to have some really cheap needle files that I got at Menards, but they were terrible. So I think those ended up in the old rubbish bin. But I think I was able to actually just chip enough of the side panel off. I don't know what kind of material this was, but I do know that when my knife started eating into it, it wanted to send shards everywhere. Update. That fits. That overhangs slightly, which means there's going to be a gap. Alright. New plan. New plan. Please just work. I have a really bad feeling about what I'm about to do. All right, it's not beautiful, but what I did was using another piece of this acrylic panel as a straight edge, I took and used my knife to score along it and just snapped it off using these cheapy snips that were included in the kit. It was really chippy. I've never actually worked with acrylic on anything before. I tried to do a project where I masked off some polycarb to engrave. Oh my gosh, that fits like a gosh darn glove now. Woo. We just had to make a custom cut, guys. It's all right. This is a custom built 3D printers. We're building a rocket ship in a garden shed. I mean, I feel like my motivation and Voron's motivation line up together pretty well. Woo. All right, where did I put my printed part? So this is going to be an M3 by 12. And the best part is that now hides underneath of these printed hinges, which means I never have to look at that again. And unless you guys tell somebody, no one's ever gonna know. Oh, I lied. I misread the instructions. It should be an 8. Right back, guys. I need to see if I have any sandpaper or anything. I just might. Give me just a second. Unfortunately, there was no sandpaper able to be located on the other wing of the shed. Can you show us the wiring panel in your PC? No, I'm not showing you what's inside of my PC, Nick. After I upgraded to the 3080 earlier this year, it is a nightmare in there. You cut polycarb for insulation boxes, intubation boxes. And so what's really funny about that, Mark, is Nick here in chat and we were 3D printing ear savers, and I was distributing them. We were doing it for donations only, legitimately just to buy filament to keep going with it. We were donating them to law enforcement and medical staff. And it got to the point where he and I were having a contest with each other. We were competing with each other to see who could actually squeeze the most ear savers onto their printer at a time. Okay, I think this is gonna be the right one. 'Cause these are, I've only got a handful of pieces that look like they go in the corner, but they don't call for fasteners. That's the same. It's the opposite. I gave out more than I could count. So Nick was helping me with the printing, and I was shipping filament to his house for him to assist in the printing. And I shipped some filament to his house, and oh my gosh, Nick, do you remember that day that we spent sanitizing and deburring ear savers? Oh man, we did hundreds of those that day. I want to get this lower. There we go. Alright, and then we should be able to tighten down the spool holder now, which is going to provide the final bit of clamping force. My fingers, remember. Dude. Fingers and our knives were angry, man. We didn't have deburring tools, we were just using pocket knives. Alright, so it's time to work on our right side panel. I'm thinking that these are all gonna be the same. So, Mark, were you part of starting the makerspace that you guys have locally? Because a makerspace is something that I would love to have in our area. We have some issues with there not being anything for kids to do around here, aside from, unfortunately, commit various types of crimes after school. So, like, I really want to put something together eventually. I really want to put something together that can help provide people with a place to do stuff. There we go. Didn't listen to my own advice, and I got quick on the draw. Oh yeah, look at those fingerprints all over this. So, do you guys have somebody that like works there as a job, or is it all volunteer hours? Like, I found out not long ago that we have a makerspace. But that's an hour away from me. Are these all the same size? They are not. I have a feeling that's going to be my door. I just think it would go, especially with all of the stuff that goes into it. And all of the skills that are entailed in being a maker. You can learn all of the different types of DIY disciplines. I feel like it would be awesome to have, and try to get like some classes together to teach. Classes I think would be cool, like 3D printing. Somebody who might be able to teach some basic CAD. Maybe try to find somebody who could do some coding classes. Did you guys see a lot of interest by younger people? Or was it mostly like adults who didn't have space in their homes for workshops? Okay, I'm with you. The mechanical side of the space is no longer there. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. So I've got another square piece, that's going to be the top hat, and then another one that's identical to this. Okay, so let's see. Move that one out of the way. I'm going to need one of these. Schools built their add-ons and got their equipment. The spaces ran for another 2 years. So is that where you do all of your builder's mark magic, man? We're gonna put this back on the side to make life easier. So I'm going to get some of this bracketry in place and then slide the panel in. That is super neat. Oh, okay. I had the wrong piece installed there. Or I was attempting to install the wrong piece there. I really want a Tormach. Okay, so that's going to be the top. And then that's going to be the bottom. And then the other side clip. Oh no. That is super rad, dude. That is super rad, Mark. You are like finding hours in the day that I didn't even know existed, I feel like. Like, I cannot fathom how you have the time or the bandwidth for all the things that you do. Also, I don't know where this, like, swing situation music came from. But it's kind of cool, I guess.
Okay, now, from the beginning.
cattle farming day job. Hanging out in all of the live streams. Like, you are... You're crazy, man. 19 hours a day. I mean, I guess you get 24 of them and you're using most of them. Hats off, brother. Hats off for real, man. This gets another one of these long boys. We are just about out of printed parts. Did you design anything for the print drive? That is rad. I'm excited. I am really excited. I wanted to participate last year, and I had every intention of doing so, but man, time got away from me. Time got away from me. So unfortunately, I did not participate. I am, however, fully intending to this year Nick, you still here? Would you have, and feel free to not answer this right now, we can talk about it later, but I'm not sure if you would be interested at all or not, but we're getting geared up to start mass 3D printing some toys for a Christmas thing for kiddos who are not really going to get a Christmas. So if it's something that you might want to do, Nick, I can give you some more information about it later. Feel free to not respond to that at the moment, but Beau and I are going to be printing, and we'll be doing some content about it because I think it's a fantastic, fantastic thing. I see what you're saying, Mark, for sure. I mean, there's only so much time. I tried to work on designing some stuff earlier this year. Or not earlier this year. I tried to work on designing some stuff for the print drive. I got a couple of things that I thought would have been really cool, and within my CAD ability, they weren't. Sweet. I will get you the details on that at some point this week, Nick, and I'll kind of explain what the process is going to look like on that. It's a really cool cause. And we'll let you put some of that filament backlog in your closet to work. And since Shannon knows how to print now, get her to work too. I'm actually working on attempting to secure myself a filament sponsor in one way or another. So realistically, Nick, I'll handle shipping your parts that you print. As soon as the model list is made available, I'll let you know about the model list and then what the print parameter requirements are. Basically, child safe is the shtick there. But I'm going to ship everything off that we produce. But Loyal puts him and his family. So what's really cool is Loyal Moses and his entire family. They turn their home into essentially a distribution center during Christmas time, and they are packing. They're printing themselves. They are receiving parts that people who watch his streams send in, cleaning them. I'm pretty sure Loyal personally takes a torch to every single part that comes in. That's pretty cool. So it's really funny, not like funny haha, but funny circumstantial about that situation, Mark. I'm sure you've you've been around 3D printing for a while. I'm sure you've probably heard of IC 3D. They're actually semi-local to Nick and myself. They're about an hour south of me. And just a little further than that from him. But they do, the reason that's relevant is they actually do the 3D printed toys for Tot Steel. Oh my gosh, guys, it is reaching the point of being downright cold out here in this shed. In the home stretch, though. Oh, foot's asleep. I've really got to stop sitting on my foot. Really got to quit doing that. Mark says, what I always enjoy is what the folks do with the models, the filament swaps or types of filament used, or yes. Yeah, dude, getting to watch the look of excitement on Loyal's face as he unboxes everybody's toys on stream is so rad. And the amount of work that the whole community is putting into their parts is crazy. Might give you a reason to, dude, yes, it's a great reason to get the Urfa running. I am going to do what makes sense with the A1, with the AMS light. Like, I don't have any ambitions on going like overboard with it. These corner brackets are the tricky ones. Like that one's all sorts of, this one here is all sorts of cockamamie. Looks like I also used the wrong bracket there. There are subtle differences between these parts. Alright, what I'm doing is giving everything a quick loosen so I can make sure everything is looking square, because it was not. But I don't want to back any of these screws out. I just want to try to get it squared up as much as possible. No, I backed one out. These zip tie clippings make for excellent screw adjusters. Or nut adjusters. Nuts. All nuts. All right. That is 3 panels on our little buddy here. These are 3x6 magnets, which are going to go into our door latch assemblies here. Now, I work with magnets a lot for my designs. It says that the magnets can be glued in if needed. I don't really think they need to be glued in, but what I did was I also popped a couple of magnets on the outside of this little bracket to hold them in place. That is a completely temporary addition and will allow them to be removed . Okay, so I'm not going to tighten that down all the way, just enough that everything stays in place. And And we're gonna do the other one. Which means I have to grab these magnets. And then we're just gonna do the exact same thing again. So these pieces that we have inserted magnets into are going to serve as our latches. They're actually going to be responsible for holding our door together. It says they need to be 69 millimeters apart. So I will go ahead and snug one down. Also, it turns out my calipers are dead, which means I left them on, or the cold has drained the batteries. Which both of those are kind of bummer situations. Magnet love. Dude, I love designing parts with magnets. You're pretty sure this is the song that Meat Church uses. Does he ever have a sponsorship from Artlist that you're aware of, Nick? Because That's where I get my music as art list. I pay them my licensing fee so I don't get copyright strikes. And because music just adds so much to a YouTube video. VHB tape and M3 by Forties. Ah. Getting cold out here. Okay. Ah, okay. So that's it for printed parts at the moment. Should also be it for these icy cold calipers. Now where has my roll of VHB tape gone? So I am taking the time to nicely trim the VHB tape. Or at least as nicely as I'm capable of. feel like this is where it would be really nice to have a set of scissors or shears out in the shop. Out here in the old shed. Unfortunately, I don't even know if I own a pair of scissors. This song reminds me of the theme song for Modern Family. Like, if Modern Family went EDM, this would be it. Okay, now I just have to, get the darn tape separated from the backing. I think I've spent more time attempting to be as clean as possible with the VHB tape. Than I have a lot of other parts of this project. Yep. Okay, you know what? That's fine, I guess. It's not what I was going for, but it's on there. I do find it funny for some reason that VHB tape is what holds the components on the door. Also, just so you guys know, I now have several pieces of VHB tape all over this table, which I'm hoping that this printer build is actually one of the last projects that our little $20 folding table from Walmart is going to be a part of. Okay, one more piece of plastic to tape onto acrylic. So long as everybody knows Mark, that's what matters. Sharing is caring. Yo, we're just about done. And then we are going to be on the last build step. For now. The last build step is going to be building and then subsequently installing the top hat, which is what's going to keep all the heat inside of the enclosure. M3 by 40 here. So we're going to be using an M3 by 40 and an M3 by 30 as our hinges. And the hinge bolts are going to tap their way through the bottom piece of the hinge so I'm gonna slightly thread that. Perfect. And now I need a 35. And the purpose of this is so that way the hinges are easy to remove, so that way the door comes off. So you have to be extra careful on that step to not over torque those bolts. Yeah. Okay, sweet. Now the problem is there's no way for our friend to stay closed. So we're going to use the magic of magnets. And we're going to so we have to get magnets embedded into our handle, and it is super duper imperative that the polarity is correct. And we might actually use a tool to press it, because I have a clamp available. Okay, yep, that's not the strategy. Clamps, not the strat. Oh boy. Shoot. Oh, rats. Okay, solid. Good. So this handle piece just split right at the layer lines. I know right where it went, Mark. I know right where it is. It's fine. If they were going to ask me to use glue on any part of this, I wish that this hole would have been slightly oversized. To accommodate trying to glue these magnets into place. Because this is kind of nutty. Let's try the workbench. There we go. The heck? Okay, I gotta retrieve this other magnet. Do-do-do. post it. I'll have to pull up the picture in a second, Mark. Because I want to see your ship. Which of these is... Oh, I know what I did. I messed up. These darn magnets. Okay, now I might not ever find it. Ah, shoot. Do I have magnets out here? No, I have magnets in the house though. Okay, so we're gonna move on from the handle and work on our top hat. Okay, Alex, I think that's pretty cool. Top Golf is a lot of fun. If you've never been there, it's a good time. Right. That's awesome, dude. Plus, there's no carts for you to crash, buddy. Here we go with this preloading nuts business again. I guess you do have a lot of hours in American Trucking Simulator now. I am getting dangerously close to turning on my kerosene heater, guys. It's getting chilly out here. Like, this extrusion is cold to the touch. They failed to tap this piece? Sure enough. This piece is not tapped. And I don't have an M3 tap. So we're about to use an M3 bolt as an M3 tap. As a fun fact, aluminum is softer than steel. Few turns, back it out. Few turns, back it out. Is this the right way to do what I'm doing? Not even close. Is it the way we're gonna do what I'm doing? Yes, it is. Because it works. Oh, gosh. You know what? Let's, shoot. Well, it was working like a charm until it stopped working like a charm. Ow. Sometimes you just have to make do. Although I'm pretty sure that it just rounded over. Wait, this is M3. We're good. We're good. We can salvage this by using the bigger bolts that I keep in stock. Where'd the piece of it? Oh, wait. I have exactly 0 of the appropriate tools to complete the task that I am attempting to complete right now. All because one stinking piece of extrusion came not tapped. Eat. Slow and steady wins the race. I'm getting really close to just brute forcing this. Unfortunately, that's how we ended up stuck on the other side. This extrusion is getting good and warm now from all the friction I'm creating.
Okay, now, from the beginning.
Get it, boys.
So Calix, if you have fun at Top Golf, are you gonna give real golf a chance again?
Okay, now. From the beginning.
I thought you went and played with your dad. Or did you literally just go to drive? Okay, I thought you went and played but didn't like it or something.
Okay, now. Are you ready?
This is getting out of hand. Okay. Gosh, this is brutal. All right, guys, hang tight. I have to go put this screw into the vise while I work on getting it removed. Okay. Custom tap job is complete. Sorry about the holdup. It's not pretty by any stretch, but hopefully it'll do everything we need it to. Which is legitimately just hold stuff together. I ended up just putting the whole piece of extrusion in the vise to hold it for me. Felt like the easiest way to get the job done, man. And get the job done, did I? Calyx, have you gotten any prints off the king rune yet? You know what, Mark, at this point, we're getting dangerously close to super gluing a lot of stuff together. So, our little extrusions have to now cap our big extrusions. I'm not tightening anything down until I can tell that was our preloaded nuts. There's so many nuts on the floor of the shed. So many nuts on the floor. Who would have thought that being this close to done we would be entering the stream most likely to break my spirit. Okay, we're gonna put that like so for temporary. I don't want to drop any more nuts. Okay. So into the bottom of these legs, using our jig, we're going to secure some M3 by 10s. Which I conveniently have all over the darn place. You want a comment, Mark? I bet. What do you want to say? That's done. 25, 40. You know what? Does this fit in the T-track? No, because why would it? Yeah, I got a bunch of M3x12s left, so we're just gonna use one of those. I cannot imagine there will be any consequence to that action. Okay, so now I need to try to figure out I don't know what we're calling the front. The front will have two M3x10 in the bottom of the K extrusions. Okay, so that's going to be the top, so that's clearly wrong. That's it. Okay, top and outside. As a result of this build, I have thoroughly bent the snot out of every Allen key that was included. It's pretty funny, actually. Okay, so that's going to be the outside. Y'all, we are getting dangerously close to needing to secure a benefactor to insulate this shed. I need to acquire some of them their paid sponsors. And then this is going to be outside. T-nuts up. No. Let's see, what does Mark say? Mark says there's an old saying that we're going to look back and laugh about this one day. He's laughing about it now. I mean, I'm laughing now. I do regularly say that filament boxes are awesome project boxes. Builder's Mark's over here just taking it to another level, talking about fill filament boxes with spray foam. And use them as insulation bricks. I have to say, it's a pretty clever idea, man. Spray foam's not that expensive. I enjoy every opportunity I get to use a can of great stuff for a project, so. I am so done with dropping these nuts. I genuinely thought that we were done dropping nuts like last Sunday. I don't know what's trying to give out. My Allen key or the head of that bolt. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I'm mistaken. That includes this Sunday too. Ah, okay. I didn't get the memo, but I will make note. Almost done. Which is awesome, because I'm starting to have a hard time feeling my hands. Getting cold, so the adhesive on here is sticking more than it was. So the part that we're working on right now is called the top hat. Now, I have to say, overall, this build has been incredibly fun to do. I've been having a blast. It's like a big puzzle with instructions. Let's see, what do we have going on here? Front and side panels. Trying to decide eye color for the marble frogs. The print color or the marbles? What color did you print the frogs?
Okay, now, from the beginning.
Silver-footed LM green frog is getting pearlized clear. That will be pretty. I think Nick's onto something. I might start preheating some machines. Holy crap.
Okay, now, are you ready?
I love satisfying peels as much as the next, as much as the next person. But oh my goodness, do I hate peeling protective backing off of acrylic. It is a darn nightmare. Silk white-footed. Buddy, I'm gonna need to see a family picture of these frogs, because that is awesome. I really like frogs. Like, just as a general statement, big fan. That's, it's too cold now, but that's one of my favorite spring and summer activities is my grandma has a little koi pond in her backyard, and we enjoy just watching the frogs and the fish interact. This is the wrong type of clip here. Okay, that's gonna go there. There we go. Golly. I was having a hard time finding the appropriate clip for this one. So then I should be able to just slide this panel into place. And secure it down. One of our old, golly, just Did everything in my power to break my top hat. What's nice here is for these bottom ones, I can just put the nuts on the printed pieces and slide them up into place. You know what, there's nothing stopping me from doing that with these either. Now that I think about that, it's actually very smart. I gotta say, that's a lot faster than fiddling with that another way. Goodness, that is much faster. Okay, I think that I have used the wrong part elsewhere. Possibility. Oh, wait a minute. Starting to think it's really not gonna matter that much. Okay, we're gonna call that the front. Let's move to the back and see what needs to happen here. we are nearing the end. Hinges go on the outside. Hinges on the outside. Okay, I see what's happening here. Alright, y'all. So, I'm curious to know, how many people do we still have here hanging out? Who is still here with us? Calyx and Buildersmart. You know, all of my friends and other people that I know that aren't involved in 3D printing, all the pictures that they've seen of this printer. Nick, dude, why are you still up, man? Kids keeping you up, or are you trying to steal back some time for yourself? But everybody who doesn't know what this printer is, all the pictures that they saw of it, they all thought it was huge. Like, they all thought it was this great big printer, because apparently the pictures that I sent them were of deceiving angles. Nick, Calyx, thank you for hanging out. Have a good night, gentlemen. Really close to having this thing licked, which is awesome. I'm super excited to be done for the most part. So there are some bits and bobs and details that we are simply not going to be able to finish on stream tonight. There is stuff that I am going to do that needs addressed with the printer tomorrow, but we are gonna stream on Tuesday. We're gonna stream on Tuesday, and we're gonna talk about the build, and we're gonna print stuff. We're gonna print stuff on the Voron Tuesday on stream, live, right here on YouTube. List of things to do. Do you have an agenda for me, Mark? Or you're saying I need to come up with a list? Find the magnet. So I'll do you one better than find the magnet. I have magnets that are 6x3s. I'm going to just reprint the part, because I also managed to put one of the handle pieces in with the polarity incorrect. I know it prints. Well, at least it did the other day. Everybody's a critic. Find Your Sanity is definitely a good one. I mean, we can find out right now if it still prints. We could find out right now if it still prints. Just saying. Night, Calyx. What in the world? Oh. Perfect. Actually. So some of these parts are indexed, some of them are not. Some of them are flat butt joints, some of them are indexed into one another to form the angles. What else do I still have floating around here? All right, we are in our last few screws. Then we're done. Mostly, we're done with this, the portion of build happening live. I am gonna make it, Mark. I am gonna make it. I'm freezing cold. But I have a fire inside of me. The annoying thing is I'm not tired or anything. Like, I really want to play with the printer after stream. Some of this stuff has just been more time consuming than I expected it to be. So like, I'm unfortunately not really going to be able to. What are my intended prints for this printer? That's a fantastic question, Mark. So I'm going to So, what do I want to print with this little fella? Well, it's going to be awesome for being able to print more Voron parts. You're right, Nick. You're not a medical doctor. Damn it. I'm good. So, more Voron parts, for sure. I want to build more Vorons now. I want to build other printers in general. One of the reasons that I'm so hyped about this machine is it is little, it is compact, and it is fast. So being able to have a super quick and fully enclosed machine is going to be awesome. What are you hitting on over here? You're the guy from Iron Man 3. Very profound. Yes, he did blow up. What the heck? He had a good run. You guys remember when it was trendy for people to embed a magnet in their index finger? Kinda wish I had jumped on that bandwagon. Like right now, that would be perfect for this. That guy was definitely warm. He was definitely warmer than I am. My toes are tingling, boys. And in case anybody was curious, I'm going to have to pull the back panel off in a minute.
Okay, now. From the beginning.
Alright, y'all. Ignore that. But that's a printer. That is a printer. Top hat opens. Top hat closes. Let's see though. Is there a way? Ah, you get back here. Okay, you know what? We're just gonna do it real quick.
Okay, now. Are you ready?
Night, Nick. All right, my last order of business with this. Is this printer requires networking. Oh, I didn't even have to take the side panel off. I'm just dumb. So they included, they being Fysetc, included an Ethernet extension. However, something they didn't include was somewhere for it to go. Oh, that might be one of the pieces that I needed for up high. Like, is this thing even remotely close to perfect? Nope. Nope. But I built it myself. Therefore, I love it. Ah! I think that's how people feel about their kids. They love them because they are their own. All right. Now to make sure it still works. Builder's Mark, you still here? Because we's about to turn this puppy back on. You know, Mark, that's a tempting offer. And if I had any vacation time off of work, that I could help you with that. If I could help you with that, Mark, I would. Unfortunately, I think you're a little ways away from me, man. All right. That is it. It is done. It is networked. Do I have any ABS out here? I don't have any ABS out here in the shed, except for what's in the bamboo right now. But that's kind of a harrowing decision here. You know what? We're just gonna. Wait a minute. Got snips somewhere. Ah. This filament pathing is inconvenient enough that it is not going to be allowed to stay like this for very long. A hop, skip, and a jump, huh, Mark? I think you're a couple hours at least, buddy. For now, a small scrap of VHB tape is going to hold the door. Okay, I have to find the IP address for this printer. So like I'm 3.5, 4 hours from Louisville, as you Kentuckians will say it. All right, it is on. I'm gonna get the print bed heating up and I will be right back while it does so. I just realized the shed door was open for the last, I don't know how long. Mark, were you still here when I actually started running the printer the other night? Yeah, that's fine. Because it has done a print. This is the first time that I am ever going to print in an enclosed printer. And we're going to do this as a little bit of a draft. So it is only 18 degrees Celsius inside the printer chamber right now. Okay. How big of concrete pours are you doing? Oh my gosh, I can't believe that it is running. It's gonna take a minute to heat up. It is freezing out here. I only had 3 pieces of extrusion left. New step, an anchor to a building, the other 15 foot. I've actually been reading about pouring concrete because I might have some upcoming concrete projects of my own that need done. Thankfully, not actually for me, but for a friend of mine. We also have a new command that I made just for Calyx. see if that actually works. It looks like it might not. Okay, the chamber temp is up to 20 Celsius. The extruder is heating very quickly. It's starting to smell a little bit like ASA out here. It did not work. Oh wait. It did work. I just had a space in there by accident. Oh, it's so cold out here that I can see my breath. What is the outside temperature right now? 39 degrees. Just 39 degrees out right now. Which means it is probably not much warmer in the shed. There was still some PLA stuck in the tool head. And I'm going to have to make sure that the bed is level and all of that fun stuff. Bed's level, Z offset. That would be because my microphone receiver is about out of battery. I've never used it for 4 consecutive hours. So I guess what that means is it's time to say goodnight. No, I'm not printing a Benchy. I'm printing a Voron calibration cube. And, well, it's a cube. It is definitely something. On that note, for everybody who hath joined the stream so far, thanks for coming and hanging out. I need to go to bed. It's cold out here, and I have to work in the morning. So, good night, so long, farewell, and I'll see you Tuesday.